you know what's happening. Again, we thank you. And as you replace this man's heart, that heart is brand spanking new, and it's going to be for years and years and years. We're going to let him feel that in the blood of yourself, because we know the healing power is there. And that's why the right arm of yours has touched him, and he'll be stronger than he's been. He's going to feel better than he's been all the time. So we thank you for that. We just praise and glorify you in Jesus' name. And amen and amen, sure. So at least I'm glad I got that straightened out. Now I know why you were talking about formula there. Go ahead. That long, you know more about that. I would know. I would know the outcome. I've seen his friends, my own dad, and back in the day when they were in the hospital, and like I said, they took a long time to recoup from that. But I tell you, what they're doing these days is amazing to me. Well, God bless you for your work too. I'm sure you've seen a lot of things there. And I pray there's good things to him. You sound like a man that has loved the Lord, and you turn it over to him when you do these things, and what a difference that makes. Yeah, I know there's no question about it. So, Tim, about the voice today. Thanks for being here. We're 5 days a week, so anytime you want to come in and be part of something or need more prayer or whatever it is, you're welcome to do that, okay? Yeah, W0LAD. Let's pass this for you. Go ahead. All right, sir. Well, thank you. My brother was the surgeon, and that's my middle brother, and then my younger brother. Well, the middle brother's gone, the young brother is retired, and I'm still doing music. But I'm just kind of older, I guess. I'll be 83 in December, but right now and it's just we've been having, well, the anniversary for the 16 years in December. So we're not brand new, we're not one of the newer ones on the block either. It's amazing when you hear it. I did not put this together with it. I didn't know how it was. And
X1 Pro? I heard that one. I just had a guy contact me about some radios I've been trying to sell, so I'm looking at that email.
Okay.
I'm going to put this on the regular antenna. I got my radio on over here, but I'm listening to 20 meters on a, I think a 2-meter antenna inside the shack. So this signal's about to come right up.
My wedding anniversary is Ethel and I were married on the 21st of August.
I got so much noise.
1966, I think it was.
Oh, GMRS. Okay, so I'm trying to read what you were saying.
My dad was born.
YouTube isn't adding timestamps onto the comments anymore. They took that away, which is really weird. So I restarted the stream to see if they have what they call a dual stream now. And I've been streaming dual mode, but I switched
I knew all this has been kind of tough. Well, let me read this. This is titled today, it's called Believe in Others. This ought to be interesting. Mac Potato, based on 1 Corinthians 13, verse 4, which says,
it's not a company. Alents or whatever is Retevis is elite brand.
It hopes all things and it endures.
Now also, let me turn this down. Radtel is not a manufacturer either. We found that out. The guy that takes radios apart, Electro Bananas, he went over that, but Beige-Ton or whatever you call them, they're most likely the manufacturer of certain radios that Radtel sells. And that would be actually Bintalk Radio. And Bintalk makes their own brand called Beige-Ton. Anything that has the reverse SMA is probably TYT. I got my Renovis. I got the wrong antenna on it. So, I didn't realize until you mentioned it the other day, but Yaesu uses that. And you think about it, there's a bunch of Yaesus in the past that looked like TYTs, like the quad radio. These Retevis radios have really good quality, don't you think? Okay, let me see. I'll try to zoom out of this. I want to see, we have an overcast day, and I might just turn the solar off. See all that noise? I'm going to go inside the house and turn off the other inverter. The one out here will stay on, but I bet you all that disappears.
Okay. Well, we're ready to go around for our final comments this morning. And since I've got the beam pole exchanged west, I'm going to come on down to Jim and the beam again. So, Jim, let's try to get over to you and your final comments there. Station 7 FLA, WLA the internet.
Yep. Look at that. You see that? I turned off the dirty inverter in the house. That's a big improvement. I mean, look at this signal right here. You couldn't even see it before. Yeah, that's the problem with AI. It says stuff based on what it gathers from the internet. So, if there's no correct information on the internet, then AI can't even answer you. I tried, after you got off of here yesterday, I tried to get the All-Star to work with the USB fob. I couldn't get it to work. So I'm thinking I'm probably going to have to build a proper USB fob.
I think you said an off-center fed. Okay, boy, it's a tough day. I went through this years ago, man.
Where they add the transistor,
just a wire and 100 watts,
and all that other stuff.
It can be very challenging.
So,
and I think you said
I ordered another Raspberry Pi. I just need to 3D print a case for it. But I think.
Oh wow! Well, thank you for the 5 minutes.
I might want to see if I can.
I'm on a 3-element
run that.
Yagi, so that's a 6 dB a gain right there. 45 feet up in the air on the tower.
I'm just out of curiosity, and then also.
Nineland. And
Retevis radio.
Today about 800 watts. 800 watts with an AL80B. So that's the station here. Over.
Can't hear this guy. plays considerably audio.
Well, you got it up in the air. I think I heard 40 feet. Good for you.
Well, he's hard to hear.
No, that's the thing.
Oh, the filter's 1800.
When I did it at the beginning, you know, you run them at 12,
14 feet off the ground. You wonder why people can't hear you. I mean, you get them up in the air, a wire antenna up in the air. You actually talk to people, so good for you. Well, I'm not going to hold it with you because the copy is really down. It's really down. Thank you for the 5859. Boy, that's crazy good. But boy, it's bad conditions. If you're just 100 watts vertical and wired, boy, it's tough on my end anyway.
Yeah, I went from 1.8
been there and done that. All right, you take care. Thank you
right here on the
for being patient with me. But you ought to hear it on this end, man. I mean, I'm an old CW operator. I'm just like piecing it together, back copy and piecing it together. But thanks for having patience with me. Okay, KW6LA. Wish you well. 7-3. Thanks again.
And that's one thing I don't like about the SDR Uno software. It won't go wider. You need to move it up here to make a difference.
All right, you take care. Thanks for the call. Okay, there's a WD. I got to tune you in. Give me it again slowly. I got to tune you in.
So he should be really narrow now.
Okay. I got WD7. You're not on AM, are you? As I'm tuning you, I'm hearing a carrier. You're not on AM, are you?
Look at that. You can open the filter up to
Okay, what is your microphone?
I didn't know you'd do that.
Oh my gosh, that's a great microphone. Are you playing like with the equalizer and the radio? I can sort of do it. It's real hard to copy you because it sounds like this. Hello, radio. Can you hear that?
Well, this guy is very critical.
Well, that was better. Did you move back away from the microphone? Over? Okay, that was better. That was better. Yeah, you want to check your equalizer because
see, all that noise on the solar
it's like you got 5
as soon as I turned off that 24 volt
socks over your microphone.
The big problem is
all right, enough of that. WD7, boy, we're fading signals. When you first gave me a call, you were about 5.8, almost 5.9. Last transmission about 5 and 4. I'm probably doing the same thing.
The 24 volt battery.
With 7 call, where are you at? Over?
One of my 40 amp charge controllers and just bypass the charge controller. That one runs the air conditioner in the house.
Okay, all right, very good. I'm on you with the beam antenna. That makes a big difference. Your signal's back up. Okay, it's the Willie Baker 7. Let me ask you, this is the weirdest thing. I hear when I tune you, it's like a carrier running in the background. It's kind of perplexing. Are you on software-defined radio? Over?
These weird guys, they say Willie Baker.
Okay, it's 710. And that's got a pretty swanky equalizer in there. Have you been into the equalizer by chance? Over?
He's on a 710 and the guy can't hear him because the damn ACs sound bloody out of the box. That's the problem. I wish I could use this radio at the same time I could use my regular radio.
If you know the radio, you need to cut a lot more at about 100. 100's got to come down about 2 to 4 dB, if that's what they call it in that equalizers. You got to pull that down to get rid of that boxiness. Over?
Yep, he's on a booming AC.
Well, you got a dandy microphone. I love that microphone. And I've heard 710s that are like a knockout punch. But if you went in there and did something with the equalizer, I can hear a few mistakes, okay? And we got to pull down 100. So if you know how to do that, I guess you do because you've been in there before. Go in the equalizer and find your 100 filter and pull that down quite a bit, over.
Look how many stations are up at the top of the band. Crazy. Like this, how do you actually get on the radio and probably make some contacts?
Okay, the other thing I want you to do too is look at your output when you're not talking. And if you're seeing output, you know, you see something that looks like output, it could be two things. It could be that if it's a desk stand, and I think it is on the microphone, it's picking up like your power supply rumble. And that's why it sounds like a carrier. In other words, it doesn't go up and down like single sideband. It's actually like a carrier. And I'm hearing that when I tune you because it's holding energy on your transmission. And I think what it is conduction through the table on the base of the microphone. So look at the output. And if you see a little bit of output when you don't talk, that's the problem, okay? Okay, good luck. You know, the 710 sounds really good, and you got a marvelous microphone. You just got to get the equalizer right. It's kind of chunky and boxy, and I know you don't want that. And then, like I say, you got to look to see if you got conduction with the base of the microphone that's holding it open. Because when I tune you, it sounds just like an AM carrier. All right, you take care. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. KW6LA. Yes, sir. You have fun. QRZ, KW6 Los Angeles, KW6LA.
KW6LA, WB6REV. How you doing this morning?
I'm better than I deserve, I know that. Slow down the call sign. Let me have it again, over.
Yeah, we did before. WB6REV, Whiskey Bravo 6, Romeo Echo Delta, over.
Okay, WB6IED, KW6LA. Where you at with the 6 call?
I'm in Arkansas, and the call is Romeo Echo Delta.
Okay, Romeo Echo Delta. What radio are you running, over?
I'm gonna call this guy.
Okay, we gotta fix you up, man. I'm having trouble copying you. Because
I'm gonna see if I can get him on the regular radio. I don't know if my antenna will change. Let's see if my mic will, I'm gonna get him on the 756 Pro. 265.
Got it. Yeah, well, your voice, you know, we all have a voice, and your voice is kind of thin, might be medical, and so you don't want to do this. Hello, no, here. You don't want to do this to your radio, man, with a thin voice. It really screws it up, like my voice. And so now you've opened it up. It really enhances your voice.
Can you hear him?
Great, over.
I'm gonna try and call him.
Okay, now have you gone into the equalizer? Because I've never heard a 7300 kind of sound like this. Are you using an aftermarket microphone?
This guy's complaining about everybody. He's going to tell me my icon.
You got into the equalizer and done something, over?
Let me reset this stuff.
This is hilarious.
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead.
This is interesting. I'm not going to turn on my amplifier. He should be able to hear me. It'd be funny if the other guy never came back. Hold on, I'll be right back. Let me test my radio on the dummy load. So I know what my radio sounds like before this guy says something bad to me. Jesus, I hate these ACs. They take forever to tune.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm sounding good.
What you call? The cow! KG7H.
Yeah, stand by.
I just wanted to make sure he could hear me. Watch, he's going to tell me I said...
You know what? We've talked before, and I remember it pretty well with the RED call sign. In the radio, but you did something. Did you change the microphone by chance? Over? Yeah, it's better, but you know, you're on a 7300, and I've never, I don't want to be condescending, but I've never heard a 7300 sound like this, so, you might want to go back to the factory settings, default or something over.
This guy's funny.
No, wait a minute. I just tuned you in. For some reason, it's drifting around like crazy.
Everybody's got a problem except for him.
I don't know, but I just zero beated you in. That's real important. And you're good to go, okay?
I'm going to ask him what radio it is.
Yeah, well, I've just been chasing you a little pretty good if you haven't changed it. I don't know what that is. But anyway, no, you sound like yourself, man.
Chasing,
but when you first gave me a call, you did.
He's chasing their signal. They're on a 7300. I don't think so.
Well, my good friend in New Mexico said, a ham could mess up a good radio in no time at all. Some truth to that, I guess. All right. Well, we're hams. We play with this stuff. But, they kind of did this for you as a 7300. They put that fancy hand mic. I never liked hand mics until the 7300. And all you have to do is punch that thing up into the wide on the total bandwidth, and you're golden on that radio. Over? Yeah, well, we all like to play, and I do the same thing. Sometimes I'll put a different microphone on, and I'll go over the equalizer and listen offline, and that sounds pretty good. Somebody that knows me will come along and go, "What'd you do?" I go, "It doesn't sound good." He goes, "No, not like you used to sound."
I bet he's on some
I got to go back and work on it some more. All right, well, how you doing, my friend? We worked before when you corrected me on the call sign, RED. Yeah, we've worked before. And I also remember, you sounded real good on the old settings. And now you sound like yourself, so you're back in business.
He just told 3 different people they all sound like shit. He even said the guy was drifting. I should have got this on the damn camera. This would have made a good video. Because whatever he's going to tell me is going to be real interesting.
Yeah, well, thank you for running that. There's a few guys on wires at 100 watts. I've been trying to work them, and the band's pretty bad. We're coming, post-solar activity, or in the middle of it. I don't know where we're at. And so just 100 watts on a wire, some of the verticals are really challenging for me. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. A lot of people say, why do you run an amplifier? I don't run it for me, I run it for you. Give me a signal report if you will. You copy me, over.
Haven't noticed any QSP on you during the last 2 Q-subs.
I wish I could just turn the amplifier up. It'd take me, by the time I get it done, he'll be done talking.
Stations that you can barely hear. Turn that amplifier over.
Yeah, they got, I don't know, it's kind of a phobia of amplifiers.
Like that.
Well, there's a time and place like everything. There's a time and place for QRP, but today is not the day for that, over?
Yeah, but so many of them run as slow. They expect you to answer them. I just don't answer by their margin.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1,000 watts.
At 5 watts, usually put it on
I'm just a dipole, with full-size dipole. And you ready for it?
You look for the strongest signal you can find, and you give them a call. You don't find somebody at 5 and give them a call because they're not going to come back to you. And then I wasn't a purist. Some of these people, I don't run anything more than 6 watts. Okay, knock yourself out. But I had a solid-state amplifier that 5 would drive out, and this was all CW, that 5 would drive out about 170 watts. And, if I couldn't work the guy, I'd just hit the switch and make the contact and go back to 5 watts and see what I could find. But you got to know how to work it. You got to find the band, MUF. Right now it's 20 meter band, and you find a really strong signal where there's a path.
But like I say, when somebody's F5, you don't give them a call. They're not going to hear you. KW6LA, over.
Yeah, WD6RED. I don't care how much they run as long as they are loud enough to hear.
That guy came up really strong.
Well, that's it. I don't know. There's like a brain lock when you tell them you're 3 and 3 copy, and then they want to read you the Reader's Digest or something like that. It's like, I don't know. Keep it short, man. You got to keep it short because you're down at a 3-3 copy. Over.
Yeah, and 20's notorious for QSB.
Yeah, well, the bands are very iffy right now, and even in my QRP days, this was not the day you run QRP. You run whatever you can. If you got a wire antenna and you got a beam, you run the beam, not the wire. But you got to put a lot of, effective radiated power in the air because the band conditions are tough. Now, with that said, I think when we hit November, winter bands, we're going to see the bands open up. I think we're going to see 10 meters open up. And some of those bands will allow you to run low power. The guys on the G90s running 20 watts a sideband, that's fun. But don't do this now. This is a bad time to do it. KW6LA.
20 meters is a good place to do it. Even the directional antenna and the amplifier to even hang in there. And that sometimes isn't in the feeder, but skip can be deceiving or change in the blink of an eye. So you don't run monologues on sideband. You run
Apparently that's his page. I told you he was...
my band of choice.
I told you he was on some kind of fucking Kenwood.
Early evening, that was my band of choice for running low power.
Kenwood.
I had this radio in the solar cycle. I've been through 4 or 5 solar cycles, and there was a pretty
bunch
good
of audio rack gear.
I had one of those MSJ QRP radios. Not true QRP, because it was like 12 watts.
The hell is that, an RX-7?
Full-size dipole, tuned up.
The 280Z.
And I was making contacts on that thing. But I always have, what I do when I, kind of like Parks on the Air before Parks on the Air.
That's ridiculous.
I would use the vehicle, the battery, and have the power amplifier in the vehicle. So when the bands were like today, I could just walk over there and hit the on switch, and all of a sudden 5 became.
Oh, that's right. He did say he had a beam.
Watts, and now I can actually work people, especially with with CW. 5 watts CW is equal to almost like 70 watts of single sideband. To copy 5 watts.
I wonder why he has his
single sideband.
Picture of his license.
50 watts.
Second class radio.
That's the story here. All right, yeah, you're back on track, Ron. You sound good. Whatever you did. Let me just ask you, what did you do, when you went offline a little bit there to do something? Did you reconfigure it to factory or something, like a reset? Over?
I hit reset default, and then I made my changes on the microphone and compressor and mic gain, and that's all I did.
Yeah, nice recovery. Very nice recovery.
Of course, now that he gets done, I'm not going to be able to hear him.
I was tuning him, and it sounded like he was on AM. I actually had to ask him if he was on AM, and I think what it was, he had one of those real fancy Yaesu M90 microphones, which can really sound good. But I think he was on a cable where the power supply was keeping the microphone open, and it sounded like a carrier on the thing. So I was like, man, this is really weird. You sound like you're on AM. So hopefully he figures that out. He's a nice gentleman. But yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on.
He's definitely in LA.
20 is the money band right now. I went to 17. I like 17. No contesting. Of course, the Parks on the Air guys turned it into a contest, but that's fine. So we went on to 17, and there was just nothing on 17. So okay, this is the money band today, 20-meter band. But boy, I copy you loud and clear. Over.
Yeah, those are the solo Parks on the Air.
Oh boy, you gotta sit here and whine about Parks on the Air.
And the amplifier on CW, I don't need it. answer stations that are loud. I figure
Stand by, Dick.
They're loud. I should be loud too, loud enough. So that's the story on that, and I'm not changing
The other
it.
guy sounds like Noel.
Okay, very good. Hold on. A new friend has shown up. Very interesting guy. Let me just put it that way. Stand by if you will, Ron. W9CTY, KW6LA. Hey, how you doing? Over?
Yeah, I don't know anybody that talks shit about POTA is an idiot. You notice this guy has complained about everybody though? I'm just waiting for him to complain about me with 1,000 watts. Now my antenna doesn't really like 20 meters, but
Are you kidding? You know, the old setup was good, okay? But it was, hopefully you hear this, but it was kind of...
it looks like in his picture that might be a Kenwood 950
That makes
SPX.
a big difference. But now on this setup, on the 7300, it's more like that right there. Can you hear that?
You know, I need to get a thing to hold my rack of equipment because I've got a rack.
Or let me just put it another way. You sound like KNX all news all the time right now. I mean, this is pure you. I mean, this is like I'm sitting in my car. It's that good, or?
Well, those are some expensive microphones, by the way.
Okay, Dick, but if you're going to put Devin to shame on the center, this is pretty crazy good. And so you will see this, that people will say, what are you using, you know? Oh, a 7300, I'm not surprised. But no, this is
that radio you were talking about?
Good. All right, you have fun.
Yeah, it's a Retinas.
Oh my gosh, you might want that to be, well, I don't know, the receiver is not as good as your other radio, but my gosh, on transmit, this thing is golden. Absolutely golden. All right, have fun. W9CTY time. Back over to WB6RED. Ron, did you hear him at all? Over?
Just utilities in there, not anything intelligible. So I'm going to get out of here. I heard you talk to the guy asking if he was on AM. I was listening to that conversation. So, got to get out of here.
You notice these guys are kind of smug.
Mike guy. So, good morning. It's KW6LA, WB6RED.
Yeah, I wish you could have heard Dick. And let me explain this. He was probably well, how would you say? It was like the patriarch of KNX radio, AM, all news all the time out here in Los Angeles, California. He was the voice of radio.
Something's wrong with the battery on this thing.
Voice, very distinctive broadcaster.
It's been in the red since
And he was on
yesterday.
a 7300 ICOM. He wired up.
I noticed the battery
some
doesn't
mic
read
that
right anymore.
He used at work years ago. Shure microphone. They make good microphones. And you should have heard it. I mean, wow. Between his voice and the 7300, of course. Oh my God, what a radio. Okay, Ron, great to talk to you again. I'm glad we sorted you out with the reset there. You sound great. You sound like a 7300. I say this all the time. I wish everybody was on a 7300.
Now that I can hardly hear him.
Sounds good. All right, you have a fine day here. It's Monday, another week. Can you believe that? Willie Baker 6, RED, KW6LA, Los Angeles. We wish you well.
KW6LA. REV. You're talking about broadcast voices.
Good Lord.
W1RN.
These guys don't ever shut up.
Yeah, I think the call sign rings a bell. Go ahead.
He was on Voice of America, VOA, and did a lot of broadcasting.
Rip off radios?
Well, boy, I know he has never a powerful voice, but I'm telling you, you know what? Guy can't even more broadcasting voice. I mean, when this guy came on, because I used to listen to him in my car when I was driving out of Canada.
I can't even fucking hear the guy no more, you know? It's like, god damn.
Turn up the radio.
Blah, 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 blah.
Voice there.
And the only reason I wanted to make contact with him was because he was bitching about everybody else.
This guy, Voice of America. KW6LA. Yeah, take care.
Boy, you're in the weeds now, KG7HBR.
Well, that's what happens when you don't weed your yard.
Yeah, you were 10 over 9, and now it's like, I don't know, it's pretty bad.
Really? That's 800 watts on a Yankee. What are you running, an NFED?
I don't run an NFED. I'm running a loop antenna and an Icon 756 Pro 2.
Okay, that's a dandy setup. Where are you at?
I'm in Arizona.
Yeah, I'm pointing that way. Yeah, 800 watts on a Mosley. Pointed right at you. Normally that rocks your boat, but I don't know.
It just kind of started to get kind of noisy. I think probably I'm just losing the band. It's been not good during the day here lately.
Yeah, wait a minute. Are you using Vox? You talked over me.
No, I'm not using Vox.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why I split on this signal. That's interesting. You know, two-way on skip. And like I said, 800 watts on the Yankee.
Yeah, it should be a lot stronger. It's the band is just not good because I mean, 20 minutes ago you were like 10 over, now you're about 5.5.
Yeah, you know what? You were like S8 when you said I was down in the weeds, and now you went down to S4. So it's just bad conditions. What's going on? Is it warm there?
What was that last part? I heard you say something, what's going on, and then I didn't hear the whole thing. It looks like the band is probably swinging around or something.
Yeah, it's leaving us. Okay, hey, you have a nice Monday, a nice week, okay?
Yeah, have a good one, and we'll catch you later. I took a look at your QRZ. What radio are you running by chance? Okay, yeah, okay. All right, that's what I figured. It was probably an 870 or a 950 SDX. All right, have a good one. KG7HBR, Prescott Valley, Arizona.
You have fun, sir. Thanks for the call.
And now he comes up.
Okay, we got KB7. Where are you at for the 7 call?
Now imagine if I'd have hit him with 100 fucking watts. It'd be like, oh my God, I can't even hear you. What are you, QRP? That's fucking funny. You notice he was like, are you running Vox? Oh, I couldn't hear what he was saying. It's sad you can hear him better over the webcam microphone than I can with the radio in front of me. Turn the amplifier off. Then I'm going to hook the SDR playback up because go back into listening mode. I love the icon, but you know, it's really kind of hard to tell what the hell is going on sometimes. There's still some good signals on here. Look at this. There's no way he could have heard me without the 1,000 watts. And, of course, I didn't dare tell him I was running power because he would have been like, wow, I can barely hear you, you know. Usually when I run the amplifier, I don't tell anybody I'm running it. But he's absolutely gone. It's probably the other guy he's talking to. I know these kind of people on the radio, and they're very, very picky about audio. If there is anything wrong with your radio, they'll hear it. But if you're on an 870 Kenwood, that radio is over 20 years old, and you're complaining that a guy on the 7300 sounds like he's drifting, it's probably your radio. There's this signal right here. I'm waiting for the other guy to unkey to see if what? I mean, he just disappeared. There's another signal next to those guys that's stronger. Let's see here.
Thank you, Paul. Good luck.
Now, if my solar was on, I wouldn't even be able to hear anything. So this is why I don't really do daytime radio, because usually I can't hear anything. But today is not very hot and the sun's not out. So I'm like, well, I'll just turn the thing off and turn the radio on. But literally it wipes me out.
Hey, and at nighttime I'm busy sipping wine with the XYL.
My volume is set too low. I've got it low though because I'm trying not to
Red wine only.
feedback. The other guy was complaining about it too. They both were. It's like, why would you complain about POTA? They're like the saviors of ham radio.
You can always grab the fishing pole and come on up, buddy. Over.
I mean, if it wasn't for POTA, I think we'd have a large amount of hams not on the radio.
Roger that. Thank you very much. I hope you have fun out in the park today.
There's the POTA.
Good luck on your activation. That'd be great.
Let's see if I can hear him. Dakota? Because I noticed he mentioned something about contesting.
You don't get out much. What the heck do you do at night?
So this is like weak signal at this point. You know? If you hear signals like this and you're portable, you're not going to be able to work them. Weak signal, you need no noise. And all these like noises right here.
Echo 5, Tango, X-ray, mobile. Yes, sir, got you very good. I'm mobile.
Well, yeah, think about it. All these old alligators, they wouldn't be able to set up a portable radio. You know that guy I talked to, you think he's going to set up a radio in the park? Like, no. It wouldn't sound good enough for him. It wouldn't be good enough. You know? Let's see what we got on 17. But those guys, they're of no use to us when there's an emergency because they've spent their entire life worried about their audio. They've never spent the time to be prepared. I have my hand clock disconnected, so I don't know what the band conditions are right now. I'm probably going to downsize on radios, especially if we have to move. And one thing that I definitely would rather have is radios that are capable of being rapidly deployed. This guy might want to buy some radios, but he's down in Tucson. I have the ICOM 751A and its broken brother on Craigslist for $250. And the guy asked me, is it $500 for the pair, as in $200 each radio, or $250 for both? I was like, $250 for both. He's like, I'm very interested. But do you ever get down to Phoenix? I'm like, no. I'm going to answer his email. Back down to, we'll go to 40 and see if there's anything on 40. Oh yeah, look at that. These guys are always super strong.
Sorry, B. just for
there we go.
I'm not afraid of ordering stuff from China or from Belgium or anything. I get my Whisper.
You ever go down to Tucson? It's only 3 hours away.
I order.
Hey, maybe you could bring me that $250 radio that you should be charging $500 for.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about.
I'm almost kind of at the point where
with
that radio's all set up over there.
If there is fraud, then I can get my money back. So.
I gave away the fucking power cord to it, which pisses me off. But
I tried Moby Max.
My friend John needed a power cord because he was given that 746 Pro to some new ham. So he asked me if I had a power cord out of all the stuff that came from David. I was like, no, not really. You see, I got 2 ICOM power supplies and he really didn't want to give me the other one. So I kind of felt obligated to give him a power cord. He actually told me, I think I have a power cord over here, but he doesn't. He lives like, I don't know, 10 miles away from me. He's like, I need to ship this radio out today, and I need a power cord. If I find one, I'll give it to you. I'll give you yours back. And he was coming over here to get a microphone for it. So what happened was, I bought David's 756 Pro 2 and his 857D, and then some other guy got his 751, but nobody took the microphones, and everybody asked me if I wanted the microphones, and I said yeah. So I ended up with all the microphones, and then all of a sudden people wanted microphones from me. So anyway, I got that radio over there on the other side of the shack, and it's hooked up. And I had to buy another microphone cable and set it up. And I'm like, you know what? $250 for the 2 radios, I really don't think it's fucking worth it anymore at this point. And the 751 series was the second radio I ever owned. So I think maybe I might just want to keep it at this point.
I'll do that. And in the meantime, I put in Belka DX on, did an eBay search, and I can buy it now, and it says located in Bulgaria, and I can buy it now for $350 plus 26 bucks shipping. And I don't know, is that I don't know if there's a better price if they went direct or if I just order through eBay, because eBay's got some protections too, if I, just in case I don't get it.
I don't even know if I should even bother replying back, actually, now that I think about it, because I'm not even sure if I want to sell it now. If I had to move, for sure, I'd be like, yeah, let's sell it. I don't know. And I've got the $100 Pyx board for it, which I would definitely not include with it. It's like, well, what I notice is there's no ham radios on Craigslist for sale. And so I think I'm just going to, say no. I'm just going to keep it simple. I was actually going to send him some pictures of the radio.
Unless, I don't know what the kind of tariffs we've imposed on Bulgaria. But if it's anything like Canada,
I just want to be polite.
Could be a problem.
I don't think I really want to sell the radio, you
Yeah,
know?
these tariff wars are just totally ridiculous, especially with our allies. But that's the last political thing I'll say. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of
sorry.
euros is $270.
Some of these guys are a real pain in the butt.
Yeah, it's cheaper. I'll do my research a little bit. I mean, it might be, even if I have to pay a few extra bucks on eBay, because it looks like it's...
This is one of the really active frequencies on 40 during the day here.
It's got 100%
But with that other inverter on, it's going to wipe out my radio.
You made my day, Mark, and it just started. That's 6 RC.
I don't know what our power bill would be, but I swear to God, we're paying a lot of money considering how much solar I have running.
Well, I don't know. You still in business? You still manufacturing? And you still doing something that's a product that I'd be interested in?
We're paying ads.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Yeah, in fact, if I was really motivated, I would probably sell a bunch of stuff. But it seemed like I was only motivated when I actually needed money, so I started like an eBay, just selling stuff on eBay and doing stuff back around 2000, because my God, I had to pay for the house, and I was still working, but it was like times were tough. And it's funny, when times aren't tough, it's like, well, I'm looking for things to buy and not things to sell, so I've accumulated so much stuff.
Heat warning.
And almost cluttering.
This one right here is making...
I almost wish I
almost
was,
2,000 watts on one array
actor,
and 600 on the other.
And that I needed to do anything I could to make
1,500.
I might sound silly, but I would probably end up decluttering a little bit if that was the case.
They bump up the volume when they do the ads, probably too. It's probably AI detection. If I talk too much, they play lots of ads. The consumption's pretty fucking high, man. See, here's the problem. If you look at this, consumption is the orange one. Solar is blue. We're using almost half of what we're making. Double. I'm sorry. Solar production is almost half of the consumption. The other things don't really matter. Battery discharge, battery charging, those are equal to the consumption, pretty much. And then you have the imported...
Yeah, amen to that. Amen to that. And, a lot of people said, well, I retired early because my wife was getting sick. But,
I've got 40 fucking plus panels in the backyard.
I didn't want to put it on.
It's not enough to run this place. It's not enough to run 3 air conditioners.
I can afford to retire. So I'm going to retire, and they're going to go.
We're paying $200 a month for the power bill lately.
Well, between taking care of my wife and all my hobbies, I mean, between quadcopters and photography and ham radio and I don't know, just it's kind of endless. There's some things I don't like to do, like
you could do the same thing with Washington.
But yeah, it's funny.
What's an ICOM 751A worth over there?
Anybody ever says they're bored, it's like, well, you try to be more creative, try to figure something out to be interested in. I've never been bored, I don't think. And maybe when I was a kid, I maybe said I was bored to my mom once or twice, and she would just kick me in the butt. But no, I haven't been bored since probably grade school.
So we see this, we've used 8.12 milliwatts. We produced 7.5. That means the true amount is in minus. Well, for a 751A around here, I haven't had anybody willing to buy it for $250, and that's for 2 radios. One works but is broken, and the other one works perfectly fine. In fact, this one over there, it's not even worth selling it because it's been to ICOM and it's had all the mods. So it's got the updated trimmer caps. This radio was purchased brand new in 1989 for like under $3,000. If I look it up, there, just out of curiosity. IC751A. So here's a radio on RigFix. Not a particularly great picture, but it was produced, I think, between 1987 and about 1993. 85 to 91. And the new price for it in the U.S. in 89 was $1,469.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Yeah, and usually people
I must have had the prices wrong.
That do know what to do, if they are working for somebody, they usually end up in leadership positions, and it sounds like you did in Florida, and I did in San Diego. And
there's a 751 and there's a 751A. They're very similar. They all have the volatile RAM, so if you don't have the PIAX board, your radio could die on you one day, and you'll never be able to use it again.
No, this is smart. I mean, I'm not that I am smarter, but at least I make decisions, right? And some people just can't make decisions when push comes to shove. And yeah, I can make decisions pretty fast. And yeah, shoot, 20% of the time I'm probably wrong. But when that 20% happens, you learn something from it, and you make a better decision the next time. But I'm not afraid to make a decision. Anyway, it's kind of interesting, the psychology of it all, and how we get to where we are, and what we become. But it sounds like you're fat, dumb, and happy, and not fat anymore, because it sounds like you got everything under control. And I didn't mean it in that regard, but maybe I did subconsciously. I don't know, AB4IX, W6RFB. It's been a pleasure so far.
It says between $420 and $500, depending on the condition. This is based off of eBay prices. So you can see the little eBay icons up at the top. The ICOM 751A is a vintage all-mode HF transceiver in the 80s era. He's currently traded exclusively on the second-hand market. As of mid-2026, Prices for a fully functional unit typically range between $420 and $500 depending on the conditions, including accessories and the seller location. Standard used units, complete units working, generally list for $420 to $450. Listings in this range often include the main transceiver and sometimes the original manual, but may lack the original packaging or specific optional filters. Recent eBay listings show clean Japanese imports and tested domestic units selling around the 420 plus shipping mark. Premium tested units verified as tested or sold with original boxes and styrofoam packing, which one of mine has, and optional accessories like the R10 Remote Commander, R10 Remote Commander Command. Higher prices, typically around $495 to $500. These listings emphasize reliability and completeness, appealing to collectors or operators seeking a plug-and-play vintage rig. Parts and components. Individual components for repair and restoration are available at various price points. The logic unit, $65, an RF unit, $85, the main unit, $125, and the display module, $100. You can usually part this thing out for like more than what I'm even asking for two radios. It originally launched for $1,469. So it was a $1,500 radio in 1989. What would that be in today's money? It'd be a lot. And it wasn't really considered low end or mid range, I don't think, but originally launched in 1980. While the value depreciated significantly over the decades, recent years have seen stabilization in the price due to its reputation as a robust, repairable workhorse radio.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, they're all like $400 on eBay.
As far as my previous work, it was with a company called Simplex. Time recorder company. They invented the time clock back in the 1800s, but they eventually got into different things, and but they did have a lot of master clock systems, and every.
This guy, you want to hear what he said to me?
Everything has.
I understand fully, and I also understand fully what a pain in the rear some people on Craigslist.
Exactly this time, and we moved them over here.
What a pain in the rear someone on Craigslist even asked
any data,
so
really.
I've got to think about this. I hope you understand the mileage, add time, and add to expense on my end. Let me know if you'll reduce the amount you're asking. I'll certainly give the radios better consideration if you do. Let me know if you'll reduce the amount you're asking. I'll certainly give the radios better consideration if you do. Thank you so much for getting back to me, and I'm sure hope you have a wonderful day up there.
Which had a small receiver in it that would sync up, and
can you believe that crap?
Do it every hour, and then it would have a 12-hour correction.
I think that you should take a look on eBay and see what it costs to have one of these shipped to your door.
Anyway, when you said something about time syncing and things like that, within the building, that's the way you do it. Well before GPS technology and or even picking up WWV signals. It was before that, and
I'm definitely not interested in
reliable
lowering the price. It's already too low as it is.
Pick up on the quad.
And really, the price should be $250 for one radio, and I can port the other one out on eBay. But I'm not interested in doing that.
That kind of stuff. So anyway, I just thought I'd
care
bring
about
that
the
up.
money. It's the principle of the money.
Brought up something about time, and that's
I don't need the money. I'd rather see the radio go to a good home. But I certainly will not be lowballed just because you live in Tucson and I'm up here. That's not my problem. And I'm not here to give anybody a deal. It would be one thing if you were a new ham and you really wanted that radio, which of course would never happen. accounted for the fact that I'm not on eBay, and this is an old radio that only somebody would want that was around in the time period when it came out. And I've set the price accordingly. I don't even know, should I even reply? Just, like, I always feel like I'm obligated to sit here and write a novel and reply to these people, when I think that that's the wrong approach. I think that the correct approach is zero negotiation. If the person wants the radio, you say too much, well, they're not going to buy it. And I'm not really interested in selling it for $250. If I could have listed it for $250 and sold it in a couple of weeks, then that would be different. But I've had the thing on there for like a year, maybe even more. So he's basically trying to lowball me. And if you lower the price, I might drive up there and buy it. So what's your opinion? Should I just not reply to him, or should I say anything at all? Because I really don't care. At this point, I'd really rather see about $300, $400 for the radio. Considering I have two of them, and like literally this one here, it's got some scratches on it and stuff. It's not perfect, but it works great. I've got a box that matches the broken radio, serial-wise number. They have serial numbers on the boxes. So I have a box that matches the broken radio. The broken radio actually just needs trimmer capacitors, but then the display went bad. So the other radio is fixable. I just don't have the time to fix it. And quite honestly, I don't have the time for any of these radios, really. Today was the first time that I've even keyed the radio up in I don't know how long. But I'm trying to make changes in the way I deal with people, because I've been doing the same thing over and over for a really long time, and it's not working for me. So I'm like, you know what? My typical response is to give this guy an explanation, but obviously he's trying to lowball me on a very cheap fucking radio. Nobody else wants it, but I'm not going to fucking drive anywhere, and I'm not going to lower the price based on where he's at. But I think, you know, not responding actually drives them nuts. Because they're like, oh, they don't want to play my game. What the hell is that? So anyway, that radio's worth a lot more than what I'm asking, because I've got two of them.
Out there, I paused for a second. Was there another station? No, I didn't hear him. So if they're a snoring jammer, you're probably not going to jam us with your snoring. If you're
now this would be a radio I wouldn't mind keeping if I could find the damn power supply for it. There's an optional internal power supply you can have.
Put you back to sleep when you just woke up.
That's the PA unit right there. I don't think.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay, Mark.
This one has any optional filters.
I'm looking.
There's an optional high stability crystal unit.
Shortly, just trying to figure out the best way to order and who to order from and best price. And I don't think I need the
Here's the
external
microphone.
speaker because I'd rather use probably some wired earbuds.
Oh, and I have this tuner, by the way. I forgot to mention. See this tuner? It's a 500 watt automatic antenna tuner that matches the radio. And then it also
input as well.
matches the 2KL amplifier. It's kind of a bummer because my friend David had the 2KL amplifier and this microphone and another 751.
Yeah, it uses the like the Julian.
And I didn't get any of it.
1 through 3.
When I went to go get the stuff from his estate,
and yeah, we used to use.
I was buying the radios, and they were going to give me the 751,
anyway, the master clock
and they gave it to some weird dude that was there.
Because they wanted every clock to be.
I think they gave it to him for free.
Especially in school, right?
But I'm not sure. Maybe when they gave it for $100, but.
So at the time that they're supposed to get out of school, or the same with the
David
teacher,
had paid for the Pyx
bell would
board
go
too,
off
which
at
is kind of a bummer.
Exactly the same time that the clock would get to that. And,
So my other radio
yeah,
probably
it was,
needs a display. I wonder how much a display costs.
In a lot of things, it's probably important at Wall Street, I would think, and with trading.
$99?
It's really important in schools and hospitals.
Jesus Christ!
Schools, just because when you get out of school and exact time is really important in hospitals because they've got to record just about everything based on time.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to be rude to this guy. I'm just going to say sorry. I'm not interested.
Subject and putting everybody else to sleep. But it's interesting to me anyway. So, AB4IX W6RC, I'm going to take a quick break and hopefully hear you out there soon.
You're more than welcome to buy one on eBay. If you want delivery. I'm sure there's a few on there. They do. You can buy a whole fucking radio. Probably. I just told the guy, I said, I'm not interested. You're more than welcome to buy one off of eBay if you want delivery. Hey, look, it comes with a D104. What radio is that? Looks like an Asden. A Kenwood. That's the radio I had originally. Exactly. They got the parts they needed. So this is the original. You can tell by the VFO. It doesn't have the rubber on it.
My wife.
It has that weird airplane-looking crap.
At the house, and the hospice came in. And
$600, and you can be the fine owner of this pile of shit.
But I'm not even sure.
This is a problem.
During the middle of the night.
This stuff is not worth anything. That's why I priced my radio at $250.
It might have been the night.
It's just not worth it.
Before midnight, I was already asleep.
It takes up more space than it's fucking worth.
That's not important.
Look, this one has the built-in power supply.
Anybody, but time of birth.
So the way that these radios work
when is that?
Is
and do they
the power supply
and we
goes on the back and it has a pigtail that comes out. You can either plug it into the radio or you can plug your power cord into the radio, which I always thought was pretty neat.
In a hospital, it's really important when you say, we transferred the patient from post-op.
That's a nice D104.
At exactly this time, right? I mean, that's.
I don't know that you'd use a D104 with that radio, because I've tried it before. It didn't sound good.
That's what I'm thinking. It's kind of a legal thing,
and that's the weird, funny connector that's on the tuner, and you have to have that cable, which I have, which is probably worth more than the damn tuner.
Coordinated, we come out of post-op at 12:33, and then ICU receives them at 12:32.
See how it's worn out on the top and scratched? That's how mine is. Mine's actually worse.
Complications, implications, whatever.
They're all kind of usually in that condition by now.
Story, not sticking to that.
This seller is away. Wow, look at that. That one's got the optional keypad. That's about what my box looks like. That's an actual 751, or is it an A?
Yeah, and I'm sure it's a lot of it is it's kind of legality. I mean, my dad was a lawyer, and I'm a would-be lawyer. Never was.
This one's got the damn power supply too.
But, my dad was paying with defense, so I mean, he really didn't get into
wow.
the things that I'm talking about. But I kind of picked up that.
But that's a 751. That's not a 751A. It's got the wrong box.
He was a sharp guy.
I think, or is it missing the rubber? No, it doesn't say A on it.
Law books. I like reading.
That's a non-A model.
I like reading specifications.
And an actual radio to get, based off of that transceiver, is that 765 or 761.
If they didn't have the timing right.
761, I owned that radio.
Yeah, especially if there was a time lag. Why did it take so long?
Really
to get from
a nice radio.
The patient shouldn't have passed.
But mine
kind of thing. So
has some problems, so
really,
I fixed it a few times, and then I got tired of fixing it. Jesus Christ. $200 for the internal power supply.
I thought I was going to take a break.
Apparently nobody has a 761 for sale. Let's see, we have a 765. $765 is the same as the 751 or 761, but it has an extra digit on the display.
Okay, Mark. Yeah, it's been my pleasure. And if I had a catheter, I would talk forever. So, AB4IX, W6RP. I'll be clear for a bit.
761 and 765 also have the built-in tuner.
Yeah, very good, Mark.
They're a pretty big radio, though. Out for delivery between 11:30 and 1 p.m. Let's see if that shows up at that time or not. I need to look on Amazon. I bet you I have some messages about my BJ is going to be here, but it hasn't went out for delivery. It's at the carrier facility. Let's see what they say.
Yeah, very good, Mark. 4IX, 7GM. How's it been going? I've been a little bit tied up with the puppies for a bit. How you doing?
Whatever you want to say, whatever you want to do, you want to kiss up to Annie, you go right ahead.
Haha.
I'm sorry, say that, Mark? Oh, they're clean, huh? Not little ones. They can just be 150 pounds. Well, they're okay, so you know what they are. But, yeah, they can get really big. But, I got 2 sisters who were sitting with my wife, and that was my wife's idea. I couldn't believe it. And I thought we were going to get one. She said, well, let's get them both. Because it's so much fun. But you know, it's just my wife and I, and we had one dog, and we were so worried about her getting, she's a herding dog, we're so worried about her not getting along with them well and stuff, but they're actually getting along like that. So, real relief for us, Marco, but okay. Well, what I understand, the little bit I've read, I haven't read very much, but, you know, they used to guard
I got a long list of stuff they want me to try.
Way back when. Yeah, you well, anyway.
Hey, let's look up Motorola radios.
They were,
Holy shit, dude. Look at this.
And all kinds of stuff way back in the day. But they're very, I guess they're, like I say...
That's a lot of money, man.
But, they're very protective, you know, and they
I must be sitting on a radio gold mine over here, Andrews.
You know, kind of thing like that. And it just, they seem to be great dogs. It's just really fun to be around. You kind of like
North Carolina.
Stuff like that. But they're really, really cool dogs.
Yeah, Lord, that's a lot of money.
Anyway, they got it from another ham friend, N7END. He knew I was interested in that breed, and it just so happened that he and his wife had a litter. No, he didn't have a litter, but their dog. And so next thing I know, I get a call. Got something for sale, so I snatched a couple over.
I guess. Here's a Pro 2 for $850. I have both these radios. I like the Pro 2 better, but they're both good.
I don't know if I can get them settled down enough to you know, get a good reading on their weight.
In fact, I was willing to pay $700.
I really want to take them to the...
See, that's the matching power supply.
Excuse me.
And when I got that radio, they gave me the wrong power supply. But I also bought the 706. And so I told him, I was like, I want to keep the other power supply because I know David used it for the 706. See, that one's all dirty too.
I don't know, they're getting heavy. I mean, I'm not really sure on that, Mark, over.
Mine's missing the logo. Pro 3, $1,400. Damn. $699. It looks like the display's going out. Scratched up and dirty. Power is on. Beautiful screen. I don't know if I'd say beautiful screen. I can't see it.
Yeah, I told my wife we're gonna have to.
It looks about normal though.
Hanky
See how it's
around in
filthy?
our pocket.
At least they got detailed pictures, you know.
So, but it'll be fun. I look forward to it. We're getting older and
Now mine has like lines in the display when you turn it on.
Hot weather. I noticed they don't like the heat at all.
Can't see on there if it has it.
They can't. I let them out in the Arizona room and stuff, and they'll play around down there.
$850. Here's a Pro 3. Pro 3's a nice radio. What the hell did they do to that Samlex? Look at that. What the fuck? They wore the face of the Samlex out. I don't think the switch is on the front of that radio. It's on the back. No, that's normal. Oh my god, look how scratched up this thing is. These radios are disgusting.
And there's a great problem.
Jesus Christ.
I haven't quite read yet. They're more of a reference guide anyway, so it's not something you just read. But
pretty nasty.
From end to end, but it's been a lot of fun. Now we're not.
What am I supposed to do with my radio gold mine?
And their tail and all that because we don't believe in that. We're gonna let them be natural.
Jesus Christ, these things are fucking expensive.
God made them, and it'll be good for us. Over.
I have that in my Pro. Here's the original 756, the monochrome. Now the original 756 actually doesn't have the regular DSP, it still has filters. I've never had one, so I don't really know how good they are. I'd like to get the matching speaker at some point, but anyway. $35 for a brochure.
And they do look meaner and stuff when you have
I'm curious,
they do look like a
FT920.
you know,
what do they sell for?
Sure. But
$1,000 for a 920?
Believe in that. I mean, they got all their
700. You know, I've got at least one or two of these manuals. TCXO. I need to get that.
Anyway, that's that. So we were talking about Kingman a while ago, and I was just wondering, how do you like looking at it, or how long has it been?
My 920 is loaded with every fucking filter you can think of because it has the INRAD daughter board set up. And it's actually a really good radio. liked it better than the 1000 because it has 6 meters on it. But I'm not able to get it to function correctly on FT8. Like there might actually be something wrong with the radio. Let's see, what other radios do I have I can look up? The 746.
I know it's a real boring question, but what kind of storage?
$845. $699.
What kind of stores? Like, do you have a Costco, Walmart?
Let's see what else we got. 857D. Let me see what that goes for. Buy it now, $850. There's a bid for $475. $1,200. Good Lord. LCD screen replacement. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know they had one. Wow, look at that. It's almost, if it was cheap enough, I'd buy one just to have one. Honestly, I think that's all the radio anybody ever needs. You get a radio like that and a big amplifier, you're good. You don't need anything else. Well, apparently everything I got is worth a bunch of fucking money. Let's look up IC706. The original. That's a Mark II. The Mark II. Here's an original for $490.
Yeah, it's very good. Now, do you have any?
Here's an original for $450.
What I mean by that, like, swimming pools, indoor, outdoor swimming pools.
Here's an original for $550. Original for $377 with $72 in delivery. Here's one that's burnt to fucking shit. I've only seen one like this a few times before, and I'm only gonna guess that they must have left it in mobile.
Anyway, I would like to.
God Lord, fucking roasted. I gotta go fill up my coffee cup. I'll be right back.
She was a great person. I miss her dearly, but she bought a couple of acres there, and I never got to see them. I was so young back then. But she always liked me. Turner, her travel buddy, this other woman from back in Chicago suburbs there, where we grew up. They both like together, you know, they just got along real well. She really liked it out there, and you know, it's just this was a interesting conversation we had one time when I was a really youngster, and I thought, well, she sounds like she might want to move there or something, or build a home or something. I wasn't sure where she was coming from, but anyways, I imagine that, of course, that was so many years ago. I mean, I just turned 70, and that was probably when I was about 10, so 60 years ago, I suppose. Anyway, she's really, she's just, for some reason, she really likes me, and City? Oh, very good. Now, if you don't mind me asking, will we find if you don't want to answer, what kind of home do you live in? Are you in like a mobile park? What do you got going? Do you think real estate is reasonably priced over there? Yeah, I've done that kind of stuff many times. I should take another look at Kingman. I was wanting to move up to the high country because it gets so black and hot in the summer. Down we had 117 yesterday, or something along that line. That's getting pretty warm. But we've been here since 2018, the end of 2018, and man, I don't know. I don't know if it's a 60 forever. Next week. You know, all I know. But anyway, well, very good, Mark. Well, you got anything else to tell me about Kingman? I really want to go check that area out. Mostly in Oregon, I've had a lot of different places that I've planted my roots, thinking it was going to be my forever place, and never was. Anyway, it's very good, Mark. I didn't want to just disappear on you, so I imagine you're probably talked out a little bit, so I'm going to it's really nice talking to you. You said we talked before. I don't have the best memory anymore, so if we did, I forgot whatever we actually talked about. But I do appreciate you, and thanks so much for giving me a little bit of your time today. W7JBN. I'll be clear on your final, Mark. Go ahead. good, Andy. Or Andy. Mark. Very good, Mark. And it was nice to hear you again. I'll look for your voice again, and probably won't remember your call. I'm not good on that, but either way, I appreciate your time, and you have a great rest of your day. W7JBM on Twitter.
Alright, where did I put my coffee cup? Get it. Set it out here. I'm going to get something else. Boy, it's unbelievable how quiet it is. We shut off all the air conditioners.
Wanted ashtrays on them.
John, if you remember when smokers would take a puff on the cigarette and put their handkerchief over their mouth and blow out through the handkerchief, and it would leave a little star-shaped brown stain on the white ball?
You know, not you mentioned it, Steve. I think I have seen that somewhere. There's our clock again, K7 cap.
This radio is not acting right. The battery indicator doesn't work correctly on the radio anymore. It's in the red. It's been in the red since yesterday. It doesn't read when the battery is fully charged. It doesn't read full charge anymore on the radio. So I guess when I replaced that device, it screwed with the radio's battery reading device.
Well, one time it used to be pretty good, but it went into hell, huh?
Well, I guess it's better than having a radio that doesn't work, right?
Just a quick one, that's it. One was actually taken about
got out of the elevator, went down to my room. When you get the steps off the elevator, you got to go left or right, and it takes you all around the outside of the perimeter of that building. And
Oh, I forgot about the All-Star thing, too.
Anyway, I got to my room, I jumped in the bed, and I got up to get to go to the bathroom or something. Later at night, and I saw this brown stain on the sheet, and I was laying on it. So I moved back away from it, and I looked at it, and I thought it was one of those things, because the room stunk of cigarettes.
You see what my solar is. I turned everything off. I'm using 986 watts out here.
It wasn't that. It was a starfish brown stain from
assuming that's correct.
Where they sat on the sheet without on
Negative. Over 3,000 watts. It's about the most I ever really see.
Woke up the guy that was at the front desk.
You can see on here, by turning off that air conditioner, consumption dropped.
And his reply was?
I can hear the inverter dropping down, which means I'm probably not drawing from 900. My goal
they had no staff at that time of day. They changed it.
is I want to see the consumption go down and the solar go up.
I've ever been in. starfish sting, and that was one of it.
You were down in the noise there, Steve. Was that just somebody was smoking in the sheet?
No, they sat on the side of the bed without any underwear on, and their butthole went steaming. They didn't change the sheets out from the day before.
Today we've made 4.2 kilowatt hours. We've consumed 8.4. That's double.
I think that's the worst one I ever heard, Steve.
That's not what it shows on here.
Disgusting. I mean,
The graph shows something closer to normal.
Well,
Battery
I worked
discharge
for a real
4 kilowatts.
fly-by-night,
Battery
low
charge
dollar
7.8
back in the day,
kilowatts.
Steve.
Imported to user 9 kilowatts.
Unfortunately, was the chief pilot of it.
That's really weird.
And I got this
Looking at the
call
wrong
from
one.
the Ramada Inn in White Plains, New York. In the middle of the night. Are you selling soda, huh? Well, we're injecting your crew from our hotel.
Oh, I'm seeing what. I'm looking at the wrong
And I looked, and I said, well,
That's solar.
what's the story? What happened?
Okay.
He said it was one of the pilots was caught red-handed peeing in the ice machine on the 3rd floor.
The battery is fully charged now.
Yeah.
And because of that, I'm not making 3,000 watts. So here's my problem.
Probably not. That was what was.
I need more battery.
When that came out of it.
Because right now, I could be storing power.
That Holiday Inn room that I stayed in.
I mean,
John, do you want to hear the runner-up?
It's.
All right, give me the runner-up.
What time? It's 10:45 here.
Montana.
My battery is already fully charged.
And it was on an Indian.
And we were making 3,000 watts
and
earlier.
When I got to the room,
I turned off
sheets back on the bed.
everything. There is the air conditioner on out here.
And they were
And right now, I'm making
the drawer on the nightstand.
900. I'm drawing 983 watts with the computer and the air conditioner, and basically throwing away about 2,500 watts that I could be storing right now.
And I got crabbed.
So
I slept there, and then
I don't have any way to utilize that if the other air conditioner's off. That's part of the problem. Not being able to store more power to use later. Like right now, I don't need 3,000 watts. I only need 1,000. So anyway, I'm going to go back in and turn the only advantage to that is I don't have to listen to the inverter.
And you have to throw away all your clothes and all your bedding.
Oh, lovely. Well, needless to say, you didn't leave me a 5-star review, right?
It was horrible. I came out to the airplane. It was a little single runway, uncontrolled strip, and the Indians had gone out there and they had climbed up on the airplane's wings, and they were walking on the wings and walking on the fuselage.
You know, uncontrolled airport. I had an overnight in Fayetteville once, and the college students came out, and on the side of my 580, they had painted a red hog, and it said "Go Hogs." You know, that was their football team.
Arkansas.
Yeah, they painted a "Go Hog" on the side of my 580.
How did they get out on the apron to do that?
This is 70s NOTSA.
You could just walk out there, Doug, and
I know even something about the TSA. Didn't they have like a local door shaker or somebody guarding the place? I'm not sure about that.
So there's your college students, and they put the Razorback hog on there.
Was it paint?
No, it was paint. Unfortunately, it was a water-based one, so it did wash off.
Roger. Did you wash it out before you flew, or another airport see it?
No, the maintenance guys were in Portsmouth, so we took it down to there. The next stop, the next morning.
Roger.
Well, I've got to go, guys. It's feedback time, W7SCP.
73C.
Take care, Steve, and hold the door. I think I'm going to go out also. It's almost noon. You guys have a good morning. One and all, K7KL.
All right. Red Racer on Thursday with the club this week.
Steve, have a great day. AJ, same. Kilo 2 White Fox Truck, Kilo.
No Red Racer Thursday.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, see you tomorrow, AJ. Kevin, see you tomorrow. We'll see you in a little bit on the Beehive.
Roger that.
I don't even know how I can save more power, but I sure wish I could. I just don't. It would be, for me to come up with more, I would have to take out a whole nother rack of space over here. To double my battery capacity. And the only thing you can do is double it. So I went and turned the air conditioner back on in the house, put it on eco mode. We're now pulling 1,500 watts. We were at 900. So just trying to get an idea. I have an extreme heat warning, but it's not very hot right now. But I thought about it, I was like, it's easier to keep the house cool right now than to let the temperature creep up. Okay, so now, yeah, we're not pulling any kind of power really. I just want to see the consumption, you know, balance out with the production. Right now I could be, you know, using power for other things, but in the house nothing else is hooked up. Out here the entire shack, minus the vintage wall, is completely on solar. So everything here is all solar. But it's set up to where if the power goes out, or I'm sorry, if the solar isn't good enough, it'll go to grid. So right now, my computer, the monitors, I do believe the radio is actually plugged into the grid. And I just have to move the Astron power cord over to something else. I think it's actually right there. That's not a bad idea because I don't know if that's an Astron color. It's not. A lot of big crap. I don't know if that's an Astron or not. I think what's this one now yet? Let's see. I do need to figure out where my Astron is. So I'm pretty sure that it's on the grid. Not that one. And uh-oh. Oh, I get knocked over Baby Yoda. I don't really know. I need to move this bench though, which is like, it needs to come forward a few inches, and I'm not sure if I can actually do that. But looks like we're topping the battery off some more. Right now, we could be making 3,000 watts. That's what's the bummer. Yeah, I need to find that. I just want to make sure, because it's like, that's the one thing that's on constantly out here. And there's no reason to be not using it off of solar. Radio. Okay. Where is... Oh, damn, I forgot about this radio. I gotta get this other hotspot hooked back up. I need to finish this duplex hotspot. But in the meantime, I'm like, that does not look like an Astron power cord. I'm pretty sure this Astron power supply is like plugged in elsewhere. Okay, that's that one. Moving some wires around. Did I hear something change? I had a loose coax jumper on the tuner. Wow. Not doing it now. Holy shitters. Okay, let's see the power cord over here. I think I have some extra power cords down here hooked up to an Astron. Okay. The Astron power cord seems to be going I looked over at it last time, and I didn't realize that it was a problem because it takes a while for the Astron to power down. The All-Star node trying to pull the board on. So we get something else. I need micro USB. We don't have one. Okay. I want to get this Astron moved over. Should be able to pull it up over here. There we go. Alright. The Astron is now on solar. There's no reason to have that thing running off of the grid, because the inverter is on the grid anyway. Let's see. Yeah, we're still not making any kind of difference on that. Might have to go over to the Goodwill. My friend just said they have two pretty nice ones over here at Goodwill for 30 to 30 hours. Got a 12-ounce tank. I haven't even got it, so I figured I'd let you know later. They called it 1035. Shit. Probably in the store and the phone doesn't look good in there. Well, there you are. I just saw your message. I don't know how I missed your call. Yeah. Are you over at the Goodwill? Yeah, I'll be over there in a minute. Okay. Alright guys. Paintball guns! That's what we're gonna do. Look at this screen. back up to
No, I'm in Southern California.
Oh, it's gonna be the back. All right, I'll be back in a minute.
I'm just to the east of the San Gabriel Valley in San Bernardino County. No problem. We're actually in the foothills. We're very close to the mountains here. I'm up almost 2,000 feet. And the thermometer during the day is set at 75 and automatically switches to 68 degrees at night. I think some people pay as much rent as we do for the electric bill. Who was that made comment? I'll bet it does. Good morning, Ed. I wish I was 400. At its lowest, it's 400. I think it's up around 800 or 900. No, I like being comfortable, thank you. Anyway, good morning. That's why I don't live in the desert. Well, I actually do, but not many of us who are residents of the area call it the desert. For the first 2 minutes, I copy, buddy, I copy. Somebody in through the SDR, but very, very lightly, didn't get the call. Voice sounds familiar. Very lightly in the SDR, W9CBY, is that it? Right now I've got copy on you to the Half Moon Bay SDR, over. Yeah, I can hear you.
fortunately, but I have seen the inner workings of the compressor, and the thing is loaded with toroids throughout the system. I have not had an inch of a problem that way. Over. I know there are ways of fixing it with toroids and capacitors. You know what? It may have been a while since you've been on the air, Dick, but you're still recognizable, my friend. Good morning. It sounds good, you're just not too strong. Buddy, I understand. You're always welcome. Take care. And for those of you that could hear him, that was Dick Helton. He was a news anchor for CBS radio stations in Chicago and KNX here in LA. His voice is very recognizable.
When was he at KNX?
Early years 60 through 90s is the information I have on QRZ.
I was just wondering, I didn't hear the teletype in the background. Hi.
I don't hear teletype, I hear the CW jammer. Yeah, he was on KNX 1070, hosted the morning drive show from 2007 to 2022.
Yeah, copy. I was alluding back to the days when KNX 1070 AM news radio had, in the background, they had a continuous loop of a teletype sound.
Yeah, you're probably right. Why don't you ID, make yourself legal.
Let's see, I got 9 minutes. Hang on, K62 a minute.
Thank you, Rick.
Anytime, Diane.
Relieves me of my responsibility.
You are duly relieved. That's such horrible noise level over here. There's a big hole around here, shit. When it heats up, people start drawing a lot of power. Whatever around here is just arcing like crazy.
My noise level is 6 to 6.5 on this radio.
Yeah, Brian, it's amazing. My noise level is at S2.
Well, I switched over to the Kenwood It's about S3.2.
I'm sitting here at 10 over.
Oh, that's no fun.
Yeah, if people quit waking me up at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning after me going to bed at 2, I'd get some rest. I could go out and go look for this with the ultrasonic finder. I have one of those, and maybe I'd be where it's coming from.
Those would be fighting words in my mind.
Yeah, I definitely talked to somebody this morning. And this is what happens. No good deed goes unpunished. And of course, the gentleman goes, "What are you doing sleeping? The sun's up."
Sounds like my brother.
Yeah, I don't know where they get off of that.
He gets up, he's up drinking coffee at 4:35 in the morning and goes to bed at 8:30. I'm just waking up, and that's 8:30 p.m.
Yeah, I worked second shift, 15 years. So my clock has changed. It's different.
Well, it's a bitch getting old, but it beats the alternative.
No, I'm not old till I reach your age.
Well, I must be close to extinct then.
Yeah, you look pretty good for someone who's your age. I won't complain when I get your age in a few years.
4-letter words aren't acceptable on ham radio. WORK.
I can't even do that in Morse code, Greg.
Oh my God, I'm telling you, it will work. He said that word. Well, good morning, Mr. JMN.
Yeah, hey, one guess as to who woke me up this morning.
Oh, Joe woke you up on the phone. Knocking at your door.
Yeah, on the phone.
Yeah.
And like I said, he says, the sun's up. Why aren't you up?
Oh, wow. Well, that's something that Joe says. That's Joe for sure. Yeah.
I looked at it and I said, well, how come you're not at work?
No. You should ask him how come he's not at work.
Well, that's what I asked him.
Exactly, and he says, I don't work. Because I don't think he's ever worked in his life.
He says his shoulders are bad. So I go, okay. I know a couple of doctors could fix that for you.
Well, that's the life of being rich. I'm sorry, Brian. We were just talking about this rich guy we know named Joe who's never worked a day in his life. And he calls up Rick and wakes him up.
That's because he has nothing else better to do, Greg.
Yeah. Well, now he's moving up on the side of a mountain in between San Juan Capistrano and Lake Elsinore. He's going to put some antennas up there. It's about time.
I copy.
I had a deal going with a guy up there at Ortega Highway. A nice level pad up there, power to it. And I was going to put up a pre-built shelter and put radios in it, right? So he went and helped me. He went and talked to the guy, and he come back and talked to the guy. You know how he is. And finally the guy says, I can't do this. I can't do this. All this guy keeps coming around bugging me.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't know when to quit, huh?
Yeah. Well, he blew a really good deal to me. Helping me out.
He was telling me about that. I didn't know that was for you.
Yeah, that was a deal I brokered. He didn't broker it. He just knew the guy. And that was up there by the Dome House. Remember the Dome House?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's that guy. Really nice guy. But he got tired of Joe coming by and hanging out. And, you know how Joe is. So I told Joe, put your teeth back in. Hey, anyway, I'm going to get out of here. It's almost that time. Like I said, other people want to check in, and I need to get another cup of coffee. And good morning to you, Greg, and good morning, everybody. KA6TMM and wonderful hot Will Lamar already.
93 degrees in Upland, W6BDW.
101 in Boulder.
Oh, by the way, we still like Joe.
What's for breakfast, Dave? You can cook eggs on the sidewalk.
Scrambled or over easy?
How about being difficult, make them sunny side up?
Okay. Try not to burn them.
Bill, no strong signal today, but good morning. How are you, buddy? How's the boss?
Boss is better than me. He just got back from the trip up Highway 395. All the good places.
Good for her. What band?
He's in on CW this morning. He came up yesterday to just came on the air.
Where?
Oh boy, I'll look and see. Hang on. Who? Frank Joseph Land.
It's called Frank Joseph Land.
What is that?
It's a country. See, Greg, you don't know everything.
I'm telling you, I never said I did. Other people did that.
Ah, you just intimated.
That's true. It's called intonation.
Oh, intimate. I don't think intimation is a word.
Intonation. Like what you do to define.
Oh, putting the accent on the wrong syllable?
You got to get everything lined up right.
Not at this age.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Brian. They went back to SC8 doing 14.095 and 18.095.
Thanks, Bill. Well, we have a special event happening here at lunch. My daughter and my granddaughter are bringing us in and out, and we're going to say goodbye to my granddaughter who's leaving. Is it tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow for Michigan State University. She's leaving us to grow up.
Oh, that's my old neck of the woods. My cousin graduated from there.
Well, she was lucky. She got a scholarship.
a highly, highly accredited university.
Yeah, she wants to go into aeronautical engineering.
Oh, wow. That's commendable. Yeah, my cousin graduated with Bob Seeger.
Maybe she'd land a good job with NASA.
I think she'd rather land a better job with United. Growing up, all she told me is, Grandpa, all I want to do is fly jets. And she was going to go to either the Air Force or the Naval Academy. But a pilot from was it Alaska or Southwest, talked her out of it. The station that was just transmitting, you're way off frequency. And Greg, I think she wants to be a pilot, I'm not sure. Or she wants to get into the design and engineering of airplanes somehow, I believe. She's already joined ROTC and their officer program, so we'll see.
Oh, yeah. She's going to have a ball. That's one way you look at it. She's going to have a ball, whatever it is.
Well, very, very unlike her grandfather. She, believe it or not exaggerating, has a 5.0 average out of high school. I know the limit's 4, but that's not the case if you take the accelerated classes.
It's time.
You'd be safer asking what didn't happen to Grandpa. I know it's time, David. Who cares? All right, it must be time. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Hope your weekend was, if you were smart with the temperature and the SDR is getting bubbles. I hope you had sense enough to stay inside because it was too damn hot outside to do anything. Right now it's 93 degrees according to the lower left-hand corner of my computer, and sunny. Someday I got to get that weather station working again. And that's strictly computer oriented. Anyway, excuse me. Can't get the frogs out of my throat. Good morning, CQ. Well, I sound horrible with bubbles. This is W6BDW. My name is Brian. I'm your net control operator for this session of the weekdays RAGQ and SwapNet. This net meets on this frequency, 7.235 megahertz, every weekday, Monday through Friday, at 1830 hours UTC, which correlates to 1130 local time. This is a very informal friendship, fellowship, RAGQ, and SwapNet. And all are welcome to check into RAGQ and or make listings or both. Any listings made today will run through the remainder of this month and through the end of the next month unless previously canceled. Is there any emergency or time-valued traffic? Well, good. Anybody else want to check in before I tell you who else is on board? Jay, good morning. WB6MWL. And who was the other? One more time, sir, please. KB7LOQ. Good morning. You sound a little bit heavily compressed and slightly off frequency. Okay, Art, very fine. Well, look, at least you have the talent to fix. That's way out of my scope. Take care. Good luck with that. Anybody else? K6AYQ, good morning. Or is it K? How I made a K a Q is beyond me. Say again your name and where are you? All right, got Central Coast, Dave. That'll work. And Dave's my middle name, or David, so I'll probably be able to remember it. Good morning. Well, stick around. I'm going to read a swap list after I recognize the check-ins. Ah, good. Very good. Good morning. All right, on board we have, I think, WA6USL Murray, Woodland Hills, W6HB, the early bird, Doug and Carson, WB6WRO, Bill in Fresno, M6CFI, Nick in San Pedro, KJ6Y, Skip checked in. He lives up in Mammoth Mountain. He's usually from Woodland Hills. That's where my KT34XA came from. KJ6WJ, my buddy Bill in Rockin' Rockland. K60XN, Bob at Oxnard. K7ZAR, Greg in near Kingman. WB0YCQ, Barron in Oceanside. W6SMV, Steve in Templeton. N6SZE, Gary just down the street in Montclair. W7DBS, Dave in Boulder City, Nevada. Gary, K6PKO, checked in and out from Fresno. WR6K, now with the amplifier on, Larry in Sacramento. AA7ED, Ed, who's still trying to buy an amplifier. He's in Bullhead City, Arizona. W9CTY, the gentleman with the melodious tones, that's Dick in West Hollywood. K6JMM, Rick in Wildemar. WA6SZE, Bill in Woodlake. KB7LOQ, that's Art in St. George, Utah. And K6AYK, Dave in the Central Coast. Did I miss anybody, or is there anybody else who'd like to check in? Got AK6TD, is that right? Up in Big Bear. I'll look you up, it'll be easier. The signal's not too strong. where Ed used to live in Sugarloaf. Good morning. And my buddy Ed used to live in Sugarloaf. N6KIA. All right, well, stick around. I'm going to read a swap list after everybody has their turn at the mic. Let's do that. And the one who started this fiasco many, many years ago, guys, will you believe that on November 22nd of this year, I will have been net control for 10 years. Doesn't seem like it. The guy who's been here forever, and I think he's going to live forever. WA6USL, Murray, Woodland Hills. Good morning.
I think so. Thank you. Good morning. This is WA6USL. The reason I think so is I had a full night's sleep, didn't wake up for anything, and right after this net's over, I'm going to take a nap. I guess that's what you get when you're living into your 90s. In fact, now I'm closer to 91 than 90. So I guess you say 90 and a half. Oh, well, I had something I wanted to talk about, and I can't remember what it was. And that's the whole problem with being 90. I can't remember. And sometimes I even have trouble trying to figure out how to turn the radio on. And, you know, I might be joking about that, but there's a repeater that I've always been on locally out of the San Fernando Valley here when I'm riding on my trike, recumbent trike. And I took the little handheld that I've got on there and decided, okay, he's not turning it on except for nets anymore, the repeater that I've been using for so many years. I decided to change frequencies, and I looked at it. I can't remember how to change frequencies. You know, I've programmed all these things, I've done everything, and I can't remember diddly anymore. I do remember that I am beyond, I'm closer to 91 than 90 now, so I call it 90 and a half. Looking forward to 100. And I'm anxiously looking forward to it, considering some of you remember when I was in hospice dying of an uncurable cancer, which I ended up being the first one. By the way, just for a point of interest, the cancer drug that this guy was experimenting with me was a drug that had been taken off the market because it was better, and it was a woman's breast cancer drug. I forget the name of it right now, the old one. And he was working with that, and he got the cure, because here I am. And now all of a sudden I see it listed on television where it'll cover 1 million different cancers. Maybe not 1 million, but you know, I only exaggerate a little bit. So it's back on the market. It's no longer using for women's breast cancer because they got a better one. That's all it was ever used for. And this guy just, when he found out that he had cured an incurable cancer, he retired. And I'm happy of it. W6BDW, I don't know if I told the story again. I should pause and ask you if I told the story, then I can quit. If I never remember to pause either for comments. W6BDW in the group. WA6USL. Good morning to all. Good day.
And the drug you're referring to is called Keytruda.
Absolutely, it is Keytruda. I couldn't remember the name. But you're seeing it advertised now since it's been taken off the market because women's breast cancer is no longer using that. That cured my incurable cancer. and now they're advertising it. It's got a million types of cancers that it's capable of curing. Obviously, my oncologist retired right after he found that he had cured me. CDWWA6USL. Good morning to all.
Who was the one that said good morning? Who said good morning?
I say good morning.
Double. Oh, okay. I thought I heard somebody else on there, Murray. Very good. Oh, I remember it was a direct lung cancer drug. And you didn't have lung cancer. You had a sarcoma and cancer around the lungs, but it wasn't lung cancer, but it cured it. You had to go through hell to be cured. I was there, I know. But you did it, but good on you, and look how many years you've gained by it. Anyway, take care and keep on, like the Timex watch, keep on ticking. Very good. Doug, W6HB in Carson, nice to say good morning. And I'll say it again, good morning.
Other than that, sitting over here surfing through my email, and the band, you're up about 10 over right now, but there has been some pretty good USB dips on most of the folks. But it is nice, the guys that you're hearing on the SCR, I'm hearing direct, so my noise level's a little lower than normal, which is nice. Anyhow, everybody stay hydrated and stay out of the heat unless you really have to be out there, and live life as best you can.
All right, Doug, looking forward to Saturday. That's 1 o'clock this time, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think I remember how to get there. Spires and Long Beach. Very good. See you there. Look forward to it. You have a good day, buddy. WB6WRO, Mr. Bill in Fresno. Is it hot? Bill, did they blast you? Is that what they did? Getting older isn't easy, but it sure beats the alternative, buddy. Anyway, good luck with that. Speedy recovery. Take care, my friend. M6EFI. The golden light in my backup. Nick in San Pedro, what's up?
Yes, sir. W6BDW, N6EFI over here in San Pedro, where it's fluctuating between 89 and 90 degrees and no breeze in the trees today. So kind of a rough day over here for heat temperature-wise. Looks like that's what we're going to have the rest of the week too, guys. So everybody be prepared for that. Really not much more for me to say. I'm going to get on out of here. I think I'll wrap it up and get out of there and see if I can lay down and maybe some of this back soreness will kind of go away a little bit. We'll see what happens. Anyway,
Everybody have a great day. Stay cool and look forward to the rest of the week. W6BDW, M6CFI. Nick, I'm sorry you're aching. Hopefully it'll be better so I can see you on Saturday. I'd look forward to that. I don't think he's here, but I'll ask anyway. KJ6Y Skip up in Mammoth, are you there? Say, Brian, is that the Skip that did my antenna work? That's exactly who it is, Nick. Oh, good. Yeah, I heard him earlier. I'm glad he's doing okay. He's having fun. That's the way he should do. I agree, buddy. He got to say hi to Murray, and that's where I got my big antenna from. So I've had the pleasure of making his acquaintance. Nick, feel better. Get some, believe it or not, I know you're not going to like me for saying this, but get some CBD cream and put it on your back. It works. I'll give that a try. N6CFI 73. Good luck, buddy. It does work, believe it or not. Mr. Bill KJ6WJ in Rockland. Good morning. SC has burned out a few cities in this area, but not ours, so I won't hold it against them, Bill. But they did pretty good with the Palisades. Anyway, you take care. Hi to Kathy and stay cool. And by the way, my phone says it's 96 here. My computer says it's 93. Interesting. K60XN, my eating buddy when I drive through Oxnard. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Brian. Everybody else on the net. 82 degrees here in Oxnard. A little sticky. The humidity's up. But it's okay. Ceiling fans are on. Windows are open. And we're doing great. Anyway, I don't know. K60XN here in Oxnard. Anyway, I checked my car. I got up early and took my new GMC in. 444 miles on it. It needs to be recalibrated. The camera sensor and whatever, I don't know. It needs recalibration already. Science. What happened to cars we just used to drive until the wheels fell off? Anyway, back to you, Brian. W6BDW, K60XN.
Bill, whatever happened to 3 on the tree, an accelerator and a brake and a clutch?
Yeah, not anymore.
Really? Good luck with that. I hope it's not a perpetual thing. Mr. Gray, K7ZAR, and I'm just going to say Kingman. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Brian, and everybody out there in the net. The one gentleman, yeah, this is Gregory, and beautiful downtown Butler. You can call it King, that'll work. Or the 6 tallest skyscrapers in town are my 6 towers holding up my antenna here. To Ed, Mr. Ed, down there in Bullhead City. Hello, Mr. Ed, if you're listening in Bullhead City, looking for an amp.
one of my ham radio friends here in town, I built an antenna for him, a 40-20 meter dipole. He's using his Ameritron 600 watt ALS, but he has two AL811. One of them is 8L11H, and the other one is 8L11. Brian, I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not. But you can let me know if you're aware of that from a gentleman here in Phoenix, Arizona. So, Ed, I'm listed in QRZ. There, you can send me an email, and then I can get you in contact with him if you're interested in that amplifier. Besides that, the blue sky over here in Phoenix. It's a beautiful day. All is well. Back with you, Brian. Zombies are real.
You know, Greg, he did list with me those two amplifiers. I gave Ed the information, and I honestly don't know what the end result was to that on a quick over.
Oh, Roger. I thought it was me. I did not know. Thank you.
I know your intentions were totally honorable. Good for you. All right, bud. Well, we'll let him comment when it gets to be his turn and see if he wants you to get in the middle. Be careful.
Roger.
WB0YCQ, Barrington Oceanside. Did you stick around? WB0YCQ. W6SMB, Steve in Templeton. Are you there?
Yeah, Brian. Good morning. W6 Sierra Mike Victor. Hope you're having a good net here today.
You tell me. You're on the outside looking in.
No, it's going beautifully, and everybody sounds good today.
Steve, I knew I liked you for a reason. Come back more often.
Oh, you bet, Brian. No, when I'm home and I get the air check and I do. Anyway, thanks for letting me get involved, and I'll let you carry on here. That's free from Sierra Mike Victor here in Paso Robles.
Yeah, you're 10 plus over 9. Nice signal, buddy. Good morning and welcome. N6CZE, Mr. Gary in Montclair, how are you doing, bud? Very good, buddy. Say hello to the boss. You two have a cool, relaxing day. W7DBS, Dave in Boone Beer City, Nevada. Good morning.
Well, good morning to you, Mr. Brian. W7DBS, Rock City, Nevada. Let me look where the temperature is 102. And it's a comfortable 78, it says here in the shack, which I'll live with that. The air was pretty much running all night. I heard it click on and off a few times. I guess it got down in the 90s last night. Somewhere around there. Anyway, I'm copying everybody just fine on the radio and don't even have the SDR on. So my noise level is F2. So everybody just doing a good job. W7DB and an F.
Very good day. Just hope that it keeps on ticking. Take care. Very good. Have a good day, my friend. Larry, WR6K and sack of tomatoes. What's shaking? Guy with a hot breath, are you auditioning to be Godzilla? Larry, have a good day, my friend. Who wanted the break? There was a breaker there. Who wanted the break? I do. Good morning. Hang in there. I'm giving you all I can. Any more than that, I wouldn't be legal, Gary. Hold on. I got a few more to go. I got you on the list. Larry, take care. Ed, AA7ED, Bullhead City, Arizona. Good morning.
Good morning, W6CD, WAA7ED. Hope you can copy. It's 100 degrees here right now. I think we're going up to 112 or something like that today. I'm just looking, we got a little breeze out there. Not too much though. Let's see, what was I haven't seen in a moment. Anyway, I'll probably think of it after the net. Anyway, things are going pretty good here. We've got, I had a doctor's appointment, when was it, last week? Thursday or Friday, I think. Friday it was, I think. Anyway, everything came out okay. My wife says, she goes with me, because sometimes my hearing aids don't work so well, so when I go to the doctor, I like to be able to hear everything that's going on. Anyway, she listens to make sure I catch everything. And she says she hates going with me because every time she goes, she has problems with everything, and cholesterol and blood pressure, all that stuff. And she goes with me. The doctor looks at me and says, "What are you doing here? See you in 6 months." Anyway, I guess that's good. 84 years old and still passing the test. 7 degrees all. W6CD, WAA7ED. Thanks, Brian.
You're welcome. Solid S9, Ed. Easy copy. Good for you. Have a good day, my friend. Dick, did you hang around? I doubt it. W9CTY in West Hollywood. Good morning. I thought so. I've got John written down. Was John out there? My little side note. All right, no Jack. KA6JMM, Rick and Wildemar. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, and keep it real short here. Conditions aren't so hot, but it is hot here. 98 degrees, 18% humidity, and we're going to be at least 103 today. So I'm going to just kick back and relax. Thank you, Brian, for your 10 years of service out here at K6JMM.
All right, Rick, we just hit 97 with an extreme heat warning. What's new? Take care, buddy. Have a good day. Mr. Bill, WA6SZE in Woody Woodlake. Good morning.
Good morning. This is WA6SZE Bill in Woody Woodlake, and we are also 97. We're locked together. When I checked in, it was 95, and it's still gone up 2 degrees since I checked in a while ago. The band just took a hit at 19:05. 4 minutes ago. You were down to an S5. You're back up to an S9, but the band did take a big hit about 4 minutes ago. Nothing new here. There's a lot of GX late night on 20 meters. Other than that, the daytime is El Cinco. It's going to get 100 degrees from today for sure, so we're into the day. I need to take the garbage cans out to get ready for the big garbage can races tomorrow. And that's all I have. Just want to wish everybody a happy Monday, 73.
All right, 7-3s, Bill. Stay cool. There's somebody at the door, I think, but I'm not getting it. Say hi to Laura and stay cool, buddy. Mr. J, WB6MWL, just down the street in Montclair. Good morning.
Good morning, Brian. Not too much going on here. I stayed in the house most of the weekend. Here we go. Kids go out in the early morning or evening. So that's about it. So I think that's the thing to do all week, maybe. Back to you, Brian.
All right, Jay. I'm inclined to agree, my friend. Stay in, stay cool. Take care. Art, KB7LOQ in St. George, are you still there? KB7LOQ. K6AYK, Dave on the Central Coast, are you still there? K6AYK. We'll keep trying. AK6PD. Pat and Sugarloaf, are you still with us? Here 5 days a week, Pat. You're always welcome to join us. You were about an S8. Take care. Stick around if you want to listen to the swap list. I'm pretty close. I got one more. But I think Gary already signed. W6RYO, wherever you are. Good morning. KO6LQI, very lightly. Good morning. All right, what's your name and where are you? God Elk Grove, repeat the name again. Gilbert. All right, I can write that. Well, my name's Brian. I'm in Upland, about 35 miles east of Los Angeles. Running legal limit. Anything we can do for you? Yeah, copy. As long as it's resonant, and I like the inverted V configuration because it's omnidirectional, over. I think you'll be surprised at the difference in performance if you droop each leg right at 45 degrees. My pleasure. All right, anybody else want to check in before I go to the list? W6PMR, good morning. always good to hear from you. Well, that's called P-Cube, something poor planning. You can figure out what the first one's all about. Anyway, very good. Our last one was good. And looking forward to doing it again next month. Take care of yourself, buddy. Anybody else? Otherwise, I'm going to the list. Well, you're alive and well. Good afternoon, Robin. How are you?
I'm doing fine for 98 degrees outside.
Believe me, I think I understand, my friend. What's up?
Just sitting here listening to you.
Well, that's got to be a treat. All right. I got my daughter and granddaughter coming over. The doorbell rang, so it may be them. My granddaughter's taken off for Michigan State University, and we won't see her for a while. Very good, Robin. Take care, and we'll be talking. All right, last call for anybody else, otherwise I'm going to the list. Looks like it's my turn. Looks like I have to generate my images on the computer. Come on, wake up. Takes a bit. Hello. Oh, man. We'll try this again. Give me a second. Here we are. Computer, one each. I'll go to clicking that. Go to clicking Word. Go to clicking 82426. What? Don't do that to me. Let's try that again. Did I not save it? I didn't.
All right, I got a bunch of paintballs.
All right, I'll have to retype the last one. I'm going back to try it one more time.
Time for me to get this big, huge tank out here and test this.
82126. All right. I'm not going to read the intro. If you have a listing, wait until the end and I'll take it. In the meantime, you have a question on a listing, a Hey You Break, contact information, and I'll see what I can do to fill in the hole. Let's get started and I'll look up the last one. Number 701 is the scratch. Then it goes to 708, K6SYW, Perry and Bellflower. Has a custom-built 500-watt solid-state amplifier. Needs 90 to 100 amps to get 500 out. $2,500 are best offered. Perry's also got a Mercury 3S LD MOS amplifier for $2,800. Number 717, KB6BAN, David in Garden Grove. Has an ICOM 705 with battery, mic, and manual for $1,200 or best. Has an ICOM IC 7000 with mic, manual, Amcom digital speaker, turbo tuner, and a separation cable for $750 or best. You've got an ICOM IC 7300 with box, mic, and manual for $700. You've got a good portable, a Kenwood PHD-74. That's 2-meter, 220, 440 with D-Star and manual and charger for $450. And then he has a bunch of radios. These are parts radios only, not to be repaired. ICOM 7000, ICOM 730, 735, 745. Kenwood 680S, 480S, 450S. Yaesu FT767GX and FT840. Again, they're for parts only, $30 each. Number 724 W7DBS, Dave in Boulder City, Nevada, has a single position foot switch, free for the shipping. Has a 2-position foot switch, free for the shipping. Number 726 W7MRR, Ron in Incline Village, Nevada, Has 2 each 6-foot roof-mounted towers at $100 each. Has a TV rotor and control box for $25. Has an R7 Cushcraft no ground radio vertical antenna fully assembled. Does 40, 30, 20, 17, 15, 12, and 10 meters for $250. Has a 2015 10 and 6 meter trap mini quad beam antenna for $100. You can get a hold of him at W7MRR at ARRL.net. In his second location in Philo, California, he's got just a small tower. It's a U.S. tower, HDX 5106 MDPL. 106-foot tower, self-supporting, motorized, crank-up, rated, I think it's 25 feet at 90 miles an hour. Again, it's freestanding. Call him for information. He's got a 3-element Cushcraft 40-meter monobander beam. Again, call him for information. Number 727 N6KGR, Paul in Stockton. Has a want for an ICOM 298 2-meter all-mode mobile. Dead or alive. Number 728 is a scratch. Number 813 W6 Victor Whiskey, Stan in Winter. Got a want for a Collins 516 F2 power supply. Number 814 W7 JBF, Joe in Sun City, Arizona, has an ICOM 756 Pro 3 with box and manual, $850. This is W6BDW reading today's list. Number 815 WA6LJW, Eric of Redondo Beach, has a Palomar Engineers 9-to-1 Ballon model CB91 1500 in a box, never used, $145. Has a JK12 POTA antenna kit, new with carry case, $75. Has a Comet CH250B vertical antenna used 2 months, get the S out, $220. Number 816 K6PCY, Mark in Calamasa, California, would like to trade an ICOM 705 for a Yaesu FTX-1 Seal. Number 819 W6QMQ, Tony in Sonoyta, Arizona, has an ICOM ID 4100A 2-meter D-Star like new, $625. It comes with 32 gig micro SD card, UT137 Bluetooth, RT system software, and cable box manual. I'm sorry. Did I do that? No. Better read it again. W6QMQ, Tony in Sonoyta, has an ICOM ID 4100A with 2-meter D-Star like new, 32 gig micro SD card and a UT137 Bluetooth for $625. Has RT system software and cable box and manual for $325. That makes no sense. I don't know. I think all that I read was for $625, and the rest was a repeat. Number 820, KF6VB, Jerry in Hayward, has the Yaesu FTDX10 with a problem. The CAT over USB doesn't work, $500. And the last one of the day, number 821, K6LK, Bill in Kelseyville, looking for an Alda 105 and an Elecraft K2. And the last one, and I got to look it up on the phone because apparently I forgot to save what I typed, and that would be in Gmail, I hope. I don't know which one dropped. I'm going to read the last one again, and I'm not sure which one he got rid of if he did. It's first of all, he says, "Hi, Brain, how are you?" Can't spell my name. Tony, WA62MQ. ICOM 707 Mark II-G, 6 1/4. Shipped and insured. Comes with original box, no manual, HM103 mic, FL223 filter, 1.9 SSB, FL272 filter, 2.4 SSB, DSP unit, Mars mod, fan mod on low went on, separation cable with 2 screws, M3, 8 original screws with keeper lock, 10-foot power cord, full power out all bands, high serial number 15037XX, new style finals, all parts still available, and again he wanted 6 1/4. And then he has an ICOM ID 4100A for $325 shipped and insured. 2-meter D-Star Light New 32 gig microwave SD card, UP137 Bluetooth unit, Mars mod, RT system software, cable box, man. Then he tells me thanks. That's it. Any additions, deletions, or corrections? After all that, anybody want to make a listing? My job is done. W6BDW, have a good day, stay cool, see you tomorrow. W6BDW is clear. You betcha, Greg.
test my paintball. No, it works. 1L3 works. And the band went to doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. RZ.